Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, July the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, guys. You can hear me in our main room. And maybe, PJ, you said you would go into YouTube and let me know. So instead of, there you are. Thank you very much, Pepe. Okay. Excellent, guys. So we're good to go, both rooms. Let's get rolling then. Interesting. There's not one stock that's up an amazing amount this morning. VTAC's up 44%, but we don't see any 100% movers. So let's take a look at VTAC. So VTAC, like a lot of these ones that are up a lot, big pop, and then a sort of a drop. Hasn't taken out, well, it's just barely over a dollar though. Slightly under the VWAP right now as we speak. And that is VTAC. If there's any news on that one. So that actually went up after hours yesterday. Announced it's equipping Cirrus Vision jet fleet with LifeVac airway clearance devices. Okay, well, that's your news. That is your news. Happened after hours. You can see the big move after hours. Where did it get up to? Got up to $1.29, but it has pulled back. That's right, PJ. You said you would do that. IOTR. Yeah, another one though. Big pop. Actually, big pop after hours. You can see there's the action after hours. I know it's hard to see on these dark charts, but there's a sort of a purple area, and that's the post market. I wish the company would allow us somehow to delineate this a little bit better, shade it a little bit better. But anyway, that is the post market pop up to 470. This pre-market pop got almost up there, but again, pulling back down underneath the VWAP. And the news was after the company and the CEO issued a letter detailing a year-over-year increase in the company's FY26 revenue results. Lucy, Lucy, another real cheap one. Okay, at least this is over the VWAP. Announces new retail launch with FYI Health. Initial product placement anticipated in Q3. Eddie Bauer. I remember when Eddie Bauer went bankrupt or Chapter 11 literally years and years ago. I mean, 20 years ago. I was amazed when I still see its name. Anyway, there's Lucy on the move over the 200-day moving average also. Okay, let's take a look. Any bio? All right, so they're saying this was news yesterday, filing a prospectus for offer and resale from time to time to raise stock or raise money. Okay. That was the news yesterday. It didn't really affect it too much yesterday. But here's PFSA, another real cheap one, underneath the VWAP, down 23%. Not much volume, though. Look at that float, 500,000 in the float. All right, I haven't seen this one for a while. This is, well, I don't know if I've ever seen it. BABA. This is the BABA, two-time long BABA daily ETF. So, wow, BABA is up 9% for stock. China, of course, just trying to see if there's any news. Alibaba jumps nearly 10% as China AI stocks rally. I don't know if there's anything specific. Let me take a look at KWeb. I want to see if there's anything specific to BABA. So the China market, KWeb, big move this morning so far, 3.6%. But BABX. So if you thought Alibaba was going to keep moving, This will get you two times the move. What's the volume like? Pretty good volume. Spread is not, it's not a penny, but it's not terrible. 1705, 1712. Yeah, when I'm pointing these out, I'm not saying to take the trade right now. This is just something that, so obviously, has to be watched or should be watched, in my opinion. DCX, Digital Currency X Technology. Well, you'd never know it by the name. Engages in the development, productions for production and sale of electric and gasoline vehicles. All right. So how about SkyQ is still yeah, been a super active stock for a long time now. So another little move here for SkyQ. We looked well. I know some of you were trying to trade this one yesterday. I found it looked very very choppy to me. Yeah, I don't often see so BZH Beazer Homes. This is up a lot, 14%. However, I did not realize the float was so low. 25 million only in the float, only 88,000. Beazer Homes surges after a report of revised Dream Finders buyout offer. Okay, I didn't know they were in play, but obviously they're in play. An all cash transaction also at $32 per share. So it's almost right there. Shish kebab, KBAB, guys, KBAB. So this is another two-time, no volume though. So this is another way to play it, but there's no volume. Two-time BABA, but no volume. S dot, haven't seen, remember S dot? I mean, this was such a, last week, was it only last week that it got up to $107? I thought it was several weeks ago. Anyway, there's S dot on the way down. All right, it's 9:15, so we're in for a weak opening for sure. The SPY's down 4 points, but let's take a for yeah 4 points. Let's take a look at the sectors and see what's. I'm sure oil, sure XLE is at the top. Here we go. I promise I did not look, but it's obvious what is up this morning. So XLE, OIH, the energy sector ETFs, up the most. Staples basically flat. What's the worst one? How about semis? No, semis are almost flat. Silver right now, as we speak, is the worst sector in the pre-market. That is SLV right down here. I'm surprised. I thought the semis might be. They had a bad day yesterday, I believe. Yeah, they had a bad day yesterday. Yeah, so we had a weekly high for the semis 2 weeks ago, 672. So it's almost a 100-point drop in the semis. Yeah, I know you. Now, do you hate Micron, or do you just is it just because it's such a nice trading vehicle for you? Talking to William, but Micron looks just like the semis, doesn't it? When you look at the weekly. You're going to go to the dock channel bar. Actually, I'm going to go to the sector status and just take a look to see what maybe some of the strong stocks and weak stocks are in the pre-market. All right. Well, this is the same top list I displayed before, but now we're looking at some of the individual sectors. Okay, and well, as Oxy is the top one in terms of the top producing one in the energy sector, 2.6% up. What's more interesting to me though is, well, look at retail. So we have Musa, probably not much volume in these, not bad, 295,000. Musa's up 3.7%. In a sector that's overall is weak. What's the worst one? Ooh, look at Wayfair. Wayfair is way down here. Ollie, isn't that Ollie a bargain? I don't think we have them in Canada, at least not in Western Canada. Ollie's Bargain Outlet. But there's Wayfair. Etsy. Wayfair is the worst one in the retail sector right now. Yeah, I do see that one, William. Talk about Pang. Yeah, it's at the top right here. It's the only one that's positive right now. But to get a few more in the earnings plays. Actually, it's yeah. So Ollie now has taken over the lead position in terms of what's the volume like? Pretty actually great volume on an earnings play. Look at the volume for Ollie. OLLI. To make sure that is right. That is a change from the close. Yeah, it's down 5%. You guys might want to watch Ollie. I mean, maybe if the market recovers somewhat, maybe on a bounce, but I don't know if Ollie has any. Here we go. Ollie Holdings down after JP Morgan downgrade, cuts their price target. Oh my gosh, from 70, sorry, from 152 to 70. Ugh. So again, guys, this could be Guten Morgen to you, Daniel, in our YouTube room. This could be a way which some of you use trade ideas. You're just looking at some of these major sectors, checking out the top stock, checking out the weakest stock, and finding out a way to trade them. You don't have to look at each individual one, of course. Maybe you pick maybe you have a favorite like energy or whatever you want. I wouldn't do them all. On the other hand, that's basically looking at 22 stocks. The top stock and the worst stock in each sector. 2 times 11, 22. Now look at here's Broadcom, AVGO, in a sector that virtually 96% are down from yesterday's close. Broadcom, for whatever reason, AVGO is up. Anyway, just an interesting way for some of you to take a look and at trade ideas, just looking at the sector status. You can do it all day, but certainly in the pre-market, you can identify the strong and the weak stocks. Just an idea. I, for one, will be watching Ollie. I think the bloom's off right now for me, the SpaceX. I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously, the 150 mark is a important mark to hold. You're sitting right on the VWAP also. I mean, this is, remember the second week, it got up to 226, right now down to 150. But it's trying to take out the VWAP right now. You talk about an entry short or an entry long, 159. Well, obviously, to me anyway, the 150 mark is a key level to hold, just psychologically. But right now, as we speak, you're underneath the VWAP, and sure, had a nice, decent little move, but underneath the VWAP and underneath 150, or right at 150. But up to you, of course. So how was Pang? Let's take a look at Pang. What do they do? Penguin Solutions engages in the designing, building, and managing enterprise solutions. Okay. Yeah. So this is a big. This is what William was calling a beat raise. So what does it mean? It means they beat on revenues, beat on earnings, and they raise their guidance. So when we look at a weekly chart, the next high in a weekly chart, well, actually yesterday's high was 2 days ago was $70. So we're approaching that. Pretty good volume. Not a low float, not high, 48 million in the float. Let's just take a look at SSBC. So again, if you're thinking about shorting SpaceX, this is how you can do it, and it's the same thing in lockstep now with the stock in terms of looking at that VWAP. Okay, remember SpaceX was just a little bit below it. This is a little bit above it, or right at it. So if you thought SpaceX was going to continue down, you're going to buy this. And if you thought SpaceX was going to continue higher, you could buy this one. A lot cheaper, lots of volume. Okay, so VTAC's picking up a little more steam here, guys. Yeah, so it's over the VWAP now. Again, they did have some news. Next high looking left on a weekly chart is way up there at 178, and the 200-day moving average at 1. So there's room. There's certainly room, though there is a high right there of 133. So we'll have to get through that high also. Just looking at the daily chart for VTAC, VTK. So it's got to get through that 133 also. And then you've got the 200-day moving average to contend with. So that could be, if it gets through 133, then you'd have to, it has room to the 200-day. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that would be the next area where it could stall. So looking at Lucy now on a monthly chart, the next time a monthly chart, pretty close actually. It's about a couple $2. So we're at 169 right now, about 30 cents away on a monthly chart. So there's not as much room on a percentage basis. compared to VTAC. Okay, let's take a look at some of the ones that won races. Now I loaded trade ideas 8 o'clock this morning. So these are the races. These are the ones that have won the races since 8 o'clock this morning, almost an hour and a half in. So LHAI, another one, very active stock last week. Top underneath the VWAP right now. FabX, guys, is at the high here, I believe, right underneath the VWAP. Let's take a look at BABA. Want to see how close it. Yeah, so you can see the same thing, which is perfect. Want to make sure that they're in sync. So BABA, the stock, is just underneath the VWAP also. It's a big move. 2.4 billion in the float. I'm not sure I've seen a move like this, especially when it's not earnings. It's a big move for BABA with that sort of a float. All right, guys, we've got less than a minute to this market or the 9:30 open. So let me get rid of this and let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15. I have been, depends on what I see in my daily trend reversals. Because I won't start getting alerts here until I think I have a delay of 5 minutes. Yes, I have a delay of 5 minutes. So let's pop. Thank you. OB, yes. Yeah, it's popping right now as we speak. Yes. Maxim Group raises their target to 30 from 10. Why not? Not a low float. 185 million in the float. All right, guys, we are now open. Okay. This one from yesterday, guys. The TVRD to Vardy. This was a big one from yesterday. Uh, what did we do? It got up to 389, closed down here at 314. Above, of course, the close of yesterday now. Maybe going to challenge the high of yesterday. And that is TVRD. The one popping here, guys. PDYN. The high 596. Was that the high of yesterday? Okay, there's the VTAC now. Picking out that, well, getting to that level on the daily chart right there. So your next level is at 164 in terms of where it could stall if you took it. Checking out the SPY, the first opening opening gambit right here. There's your little bit of a move up. Yep, trying to hold the VWAP. The SPY is trying to hold the VWAP. That's the purple line. And our first alt of the day. Ah, an expensive one. Madeira Food Processing. Not a lot of volume. Looks like this started trading yesterday as MFP. I don't know if it's an IPO or. Whoa! No kidding on the Babex. Big sort of a rejection of the VWAP. Mm-hmm. Take a look at KWeb. I want to see if KWeb is doing sort of the same thing as BABA, and the answer is yes. I mean, KWeb, I don't know how much. This is how I track the overall China market. Typically, I know there's another one, but this is what I do. I mean, it basically is BABA to a T into the VWAP drop. Did you actually trade BABA or did you trade BABAX? IOTR is. I'm just looking, checking out the races. It won 2 races earlier. So, okay, Wolf guys, WULF. Okay, so yeah, the market is weak. We started. Wow, the Dow was down 500. Okay, so yeah, market is the Dow's down 500. Q's are only down a point. SPY's down 4. Oh, I never really checked. Yeah, well, at Interactive Brokers anyway, there's 700,000 shares available for short for BATX. Well, this is okay. So this is a 2-time long for Micron guys, MU. Okay, and that's Mull, MULL. I feel a little more comfortable taking it if the market was. The market's trying to come back a little bit, holding the VWAP. Shoot, Wolf really moved. That was in my trend reversal also, but I did not take it. WULF really moved. Well, look at the room it's got now. The next time, wow, it's got a lot of room. $26, 25, 23 or so is the next high in the daily chart. Yeah, I should have mentioned the 150 mark too. I think, for stocks, for me anyway, stocks under $5, they can sometimes stumble around the 50-cent mark. So okay, and this had no volume though, AMFP, no volume whatsoever. Well, Wolf was the one, guys. I did not take it. 22.18 was the alert price. 22.18. Well, I have an opinion. Let's take a look. PRME. Yeah, I mean, I didn't see it in the pre-market. It wasn't up enough, but now, up 15%. Any news on this? Prime Medicine gains after winning arbitration with Beam Therapeutics. So there was some news on it. It's not a low float. They don't have to be, of course, but it's a big float, 119 million. So there is news. It's through the 200-day moving average. Next high looking left on a monthly chart. Looks like it's almost there. 477 is the next high. That could be the stumbling block right there for a while anyway. We took that out. Next high is four. So between the current price and 5, there could be some resistance. All right, so I think Meta is obviously, look at METU. So this is a way you can short this one if you thought Meta was going to keep moving down the stock. Okay, I'm looking down here, 2139. So there's a lot of room on this ETF for Meta. Okay, earnings play, PENG, guys, PENG, one of the few earnings plays now coming right into the high of 2 days ago. Now, if we can somehow take that out, got a lot of room. Okay, it's got a lot of room. When you look left on that daily chart, the next highs are around 77.40. But $7 to the next highs on the daily chart. And that is for PENG. I'm not sure I've seen this one before. MSLE, MSLE. It looks like it started trading at MSLE a few months ago. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Maybe it was another stock or another symbol. 890 is the VWAP, so it's a little bit over the VWAP right now. Interesting. Okay, I'm almost trying to get back to yesterday's close, ALM. And look at the SPY. The SPY is crawling back up. 739 was, that's a big move. 739 was a low this morning, looks like anyway. We're back up to 743 in the SPY, holding the VWAP. Okay, so VTAC, so their next level right here. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average. That's the actual number is 167 for VTAC. Well, sort of interested in this MSLE, but look at the spread, 905, 928. So I'm not interested anymore. Yeah, the volume is not great right now. I thought the volume might start to pick up, probably pick up, but I don't like that spread. Well, guys, I mean, here's the LHAI. We saw this in the pre-market. The next high is a little over 219. So there is some room for it to move. It was taken out yesterday's high. Man, Wolf was the one, guys, from the reversal scan. That was definitely the one. But it wasn't a company ETF, so I didn't take it. But it was a little too early for me to do it. All right, let's take a look at some of the larger cap stocks. So HIMAX, HIMX, it's high looking left. Yeah, if you look at the daily chart, to me anyway, it looks like there's too much resistance. Could be too much resistance, not that far away. Okay, I owe you a cigar, Harry. Thank you, Harry. Why am I thanking Harry? Harry T. Why am I thanking Harry T? Well, I'll tell you why I'm thanking Harry T. Because he brought my attention back to Micron, MU. Seriously, though, seriously, I ended up taking it. I'm this was turning into sort of my favorite use of the daily trend reversals. I was a little, when the market was, the markets had a nice little recovery. I didn't like it right at 935 because I wasn't sure about it, but this is an ETF designed specifically for a Micron, and I've been trying to concentrate on these ones from the daily trend reversals early. Now, had the market been doing this right off the bat, I probably would have taken it right off the bat. But anyway, ended up fabulous. That's what I'm looking for. So again, there it is, 24.05. Didn't take it right there, but it's really ripping now. Yeah, why did I love it? Because look at the room it has. Look at the room it has. $28. Not saying it's going to get there. Now, I've just taken some off. No, I don't smoke cigars. No, I don't know why I even said that. Nice. Okay. Well, that's a nice start then. Now this, I'm thinking about shorting this, the Meta Bull. This is underneath 23, underneath the whole number. I might be. I wish I'd taken it just a little bit closer to the 23 mark, though. So let's take a look at Meta. What William was talking about being sued. Hey guys, well, you can see exactly where VTech got to. I mean, almost to the penny, probably. It got up to 164, and the 200-day moving average is 167. So there is the power of the 200-day moving average in effect. I think it's going to block it for the rest of the day, but so far, that was the block. Yeah, it's quick. Now I may be looking at this one again. I might even look at it as short now. Well, not now for Micron. It was a beautiful 5-minute move though. Yeah. So okay. Well, it's holding the V. Well, it's trying to hold the VWAP, WULF. It came into the VWAP. Into the VWAP right there. You can see Wolf, WULF. Maybe the VWAP will act as support and it'll pop off it. Speaking about the VWAP, RXT just underneath the VWAP right now, just a little sort of around the VWAP area. Wow, look at Babex now. Baba. So Baba's had a complete recovery from that initial drop, and it's through the VWAP. So far, nothing from our AI today, not yet anyway. Remember, the AI does not start producing any results until at least 9:40. Well, results, alerts until at least 9:40, okay? That is by design. Oh my goodness, look at Pang. This was an awesome one. Well, the last time I looked at it was right around the $70 mark, got up to 75. Let's pull back. This was one of the few earnings plays today. I don't know, when did you take this one? I mean, the thing about Peng is, look at all the room it had, up to 77. Okay, so this was, I think ripping yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah, now the stock now. This is a two-time long of it. That's the volume, like great volume. So do I want to short this one? There are shorts available. Yeah. Do I want to short this one? So now the stock is going to be down about 4.25%. You know what? There's not enough room for me. I'm looking at now NOWL, and 473 is the next low looking left. So there's not enough room for me to short this one. Oh, look at boy, MULL is coming right back. I'm completely out of it now, but boy, it's coming right back. So you got a little too parabolic. Would have been much better, had it been inching its way up instead of having that massive move and then, people taking profit like me, right? Just like me. Okay, how's that Met you doing? Is it still underneath? Yeah, a little, still underneath 23. All right, so here is our first one from the AI guys. Our AI, this is again can be a very, I mean, it's over the VWAP, SkyQ, right at the 200-day moving average. What is the 200-day moving? 352, and the VWAP is a 351, so it's a little bit above that. The next high looking left is 420, so there's room. There is room. Now it did hit the stop very quickly, and then we have the reentry now for SkyQ. Yeah, this is not available for me in a short sell. VEEE is showing up on the trend reversal scan, but see, it was up yesterday big, down today, but it's not available for me to short now. The SPY guys. So here's the VWAP. So SPY is sitting right on the VWAP. Is it going to hold it? So Lucy was a bust so far. JACL. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Are you? Is it? It can't be. Oh, Jack. Okay, I didn't. Jack in the Box. I know we don't have any of those in Canada. Well, at least not in Western Canada. Oh, I see. Okay, I got you, William. So this mall is still interesting. I mean, it's still got room, $28. I'm going to keep an eye on it, see if it holds this, takes out that high up here, 24.71. At this point, guys, I mean, ooh, look at Sky Q now. Ooh, that was a, great. I didn't take it. That was a great one on the reentry. Great one on the reentry. So again, if you have our AI guys, the first thing to make sure you do this. If you've got trades, profitable trades checked, it's going to show profitable now, but you would not have seen it on the reentry. Okay, there's the reentry 358, which of course is underneath 363. You wouldn't have seen it because it's looking at. So let me know, those of you with the AI now, well, it's going to be hard. In the new beta, the latest beta, is this now, because I asked them to not have this as a default, the profitable trades as the default. Yeah, Mull on the move. I did not take it. I did not retake it. So let's take a look at some of these larger cap stocks, guys. The KYTX. Why would I like this? Well, it's over the whole number, 10. Pretty psychological number to try to get through. The next high on the daily chart, 1072. It's been on a nice run over the last few days. Let's keep an eye on this one as long as it holds over 10. Not a lot of volume yet, okay? 200,000 shares only. Spread is not horrible, 1011, 1015. So it's not horrible. I don't think there's any specific news on it today. It's a bio. Take a look at XLV. Yesterday, XLV was the top sector. What's it doing today? Certainly not the top sector. Not crashing, but it is not as strong as it was yesterday. Well, you're making me look, William. How low does SECZZ go? Well, there are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. So this is down 10%. Yesterday it was down. So it started trading as SECZ 2 days ago. Got up to 1323. Now it's almost cut in half. SPY is doing a valiant effort at trying to hold the VWAP right now. Okay, SPY right there. You can see that purple line. Well, guys, 10:02. So you know what that means. Just give me one moment. Okay, guys, my homepage. I'm just going to direct people to my homepage and all the information you can find on it. No, maybe cul-de-sacs are better in the afternoon. People wondering, what is he talking about? Was it risky? Well, it's, I mean, this is because of the float. Is it can be a very choppy stock, but the trigger was 358. You were a little late, to taking it at 380, but obviously it worked for a while. Okay, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. As always, at the top, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. One moment. So we have two promo codes going. So if you are willing to take out a premium annual subscription, you can get 30% off. Okay. But please make sure you understand what the program is all about before you would do something like that. I mean, my recommendation is always starting off with a monthly to understand to see if you really do want the program. Okay. You can still get 25% off the other plans, the premium monthly or the standard monthly or a standard annual, 25% off. Okay. While I ask if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. The code changes from time to time. This is a more of a July 4th code promotion we still have going on. So why use my code? It helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the main room right here, the training room. So for those of you who are on YouTube right now, you can come into this room, the training room. It is free also. Some perks, it's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi does it in the room. So if you're looking to come into a room and interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room. Again, open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. I got on the mic sometime between 9 and 9:15 Eastern Time. And if you keep scrolling down, you can, sign up for the Trade of the Week. Trade of the Week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You can sign up for it right there. So if you've just taken out a subscription or you were thinking about it, okay, click on my homepage link, scroll down to the education level or section, click on the more info and getting started with trade ideas. These are 12 short videos to get you started, covering most of the key elements of the program, okay? Now, if you don't have trade ideas, before I would take out a subscription to anything, be it monthly or certainly annual, start off with that second video and go to the end. That'll give you an idea about what the program can do. So that's what I would do before you even take out a monthly subscription. You can take out a monthly subscription. You can always cancel at any time. Okay, but that's what I would do. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them. Yeah, so I can't speak to how. Okay, so one has a question. Yes, we do integrate. So you can use. So if you can connect interactive brokers to trade ideas, and you can trade. You can trade from within interact, or you can trade from within trade ideas if you want to. You don't have to, but people do. Yeah, I don't know how many though. I couldn't tell you. Okay, so what that means is you can click on VTAC and this broker's quest window will. Where is it? Do I have it open? I don't think I don't do it, but I'm going to get an error message. This is because I'm on this development version. Okay. So yeah, you can trade if you wanted to. You can connect interactive brokers to your to Brokers Plus, and then you can trade if you want to within. I don't know if it's a major help or not, for you to do it that way, but you can do it. Yes. but I honestly have no idea how many people do. So now looking for my scans, my races, etc. If you click on my homepage link and scroll down, middle section, here they are. Custom scans. It's called custom scans. Technically, they're not all scans. Scans are real-time alerts. Yeah. A moment. All right. So here, I got to grab the right corner. There you go. So now I've elongated it. So this is what I am sharing right now. These are the ones you can actually see the one on the monitor that I'm sharing. So the large cap gainers is here. The more volatile race is right here. Look at the VTAC right at the top here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Pulse resumes is over here. Oh, that stock got halted. Ooh, looks like it got halted on the way down. Last time I looked, I think it was around $33. But I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing, and I am using this one, the daily trend reversals. I am using that one. But you can see there are other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can ask me questions about them if you want. I don't have them up and running right now. So VTAC now has tried to take out the 200-day moving average a little more forcefully, and now it's approaching that next high looking left on the daily chart, which is 179. That'll be the next level for it to try to break if it can. So both rooms are trading rooms. Okay, when I say both rooms, the YouTube room and the main room, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, please don't be shy. Ask me questions all day long. Don't think you're don't do not feel that you're interrupting me. So the last time we looked at Wolf, it was testing the VWAP. So it got into the VWAP held. So if you'd taken it, around the 2230 mark, you could have, wow, that would have been a nice move. Could have ridden it up to about 2270 before you started to think about taking some profit. So that was about a 40-cent move. And only one alert so far from our AI today. A little bit of room for this one, guys. AESI. The next high looking left is a little over 15, so about 50 cents. It's right at the VWAP. Talking about the AESI. And again, I'm keeping an eye on the market, okay? Well, when I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. So it still looks a little perilous right now. Looks like it is trying to take out the VWAP. So this might be another move down. Obviously there's a red bar there, but what time is it right now? 10:12. So it has 2.5 minutes to close. Let's see, is it going to close under the VWAP? I mean, this Peng still looks pretty good. I mean, PENG, it's pulled back from 76 down to 73, 70. Let's see how See if it can hold 74. It still has room. I mean, 77 is the next high. This is one of the few earnings plays out there. And as William called it, it was a beat, raise. They beat on revenue, beat on earnings, and they raised their guidance. Yeah. So if you have, make sure you, I don't know if profitable trades is checked for you. It's profitable now because it's over the original alert price. Okay. Now, if you don't see the reentry price, you should if you load this because it's part of the default now. So do you see the reentry price, Wolfhound? So, well, if you do have it, well, there it is. So that's what it's saying. So you're only going to get this, but if you have profitable checked, you'll never see that until it gets over 363 again. And so that's why I'm saying make sure profitable is unchecked. And the only way you get a reentry is if the stock hits the stop at some point, which it did, 352, and then comes halfway between the original alert price and that stop, which in this case is 358. Okay. And you can put sound alert. You put a sound alert on this, and you'll get a sound alert on the original alert price and also on the reentry. Okay. Well, when you say you don't see reentry in the chart, what do you mean by that? You mean the reentry price? You're only going to see that original. You're talking about like right there where it says 363, and you're wondering, well, why don't I see something that says 358? You won't. Okay. Well, I guess it's probably maybe it's something you can add later on in another color, I suppose. But the bottom line really is that it's not like you get so many alerts here. So if you have the AI, of course you should be following this all day long. There's only one alert today, but remember, you'll put a sound alert on this window, so you'll get a sound alert when it hits the alert price, the first one. You'll also get a sound alert on the reentry. Okay. So the fact you don't see it here, I mean, maybe it'd be nice, but it's not 100% necessary. Yeah, what he's saying though is on the chart itself. Okay, I mean, here is the original alert price for SkyQ for the AI 363. So the question is, well, why don't I see the reentry price on the chart somewhere? Okay, yeah, I mean, these are the. Now you can also what you don't have. I don't know why they wouldn't put this as the default. Also, the reentry time. Okay, but you can add this column if you want the reentry time, and this is the new stop. Okay, if you took it at 358. And all you have to do is right click in the body of the AI, go to columns, and then if you want to add those, you just scroll down in alphabetical order and you go to the reentry. You can add the columns if you want. But this is the key one, the reentry price. Um, well, I know on the price alerts window, I've never tried this. I'm not sure if you minimize, I'm not sure. If you minimize the AI, it probably would pop up. What do you think, Pepe? If you minimize the window and if a new alert happened, would it pop up? Like the price alerts window? I've never tried that. The reason why is that I want to see them all day long. The price alert window, I don't care about seeing them all the price alerts all day long, but I want to see this all day long. I wouldn't want to, but I wouldn't want to do that, Wolf, because you know, use this like a watch list. I mean, there's only one stock today. I mean, it's a little rare. There's only one. I'm not saying that's going to be it for the day, but I would want to use it as like a watch list. So I would want to see them all day long. Not so even if it did pop up by minimizing it, I would want to see them all day long. But I've never tried. I mean, I suppose what I could do is okay, I'll minimize it just to see. But I don't think that's the way to use it, in my opinion. Give me a moment. I'll show you how to do that. So, BM, have you created a price alert for an alert window or your price alerts window? Have you created an alert? Have you created a sound alert for an alert window? Have you ever created a sound alert? I guess that's the better question for anything. BM. All right. Well, it's in the guide, but I'll show you how to do it. It's a little bit different for the AI, but you just right click on the body of it and go down to actions. Okay. So right click on the body, right click, and go to actions. And then you basically just follow this. You'll click play sound and then set up the sound. All this is in the guide, okay, under sound alerts. Now you can go text to speech if you want. So text to speech, you can pick a female voice or a male voice. So the symbol will actually get read out if you want. You can do that. You can also go to use custom sound, click on the use custom sound. And then when you click select sound, these are three folders that have been created for you. And each folder has a bunch of different sound alerts. So if I click on Mad Money, here are all the sound alerts. So if I left clicked on, say, gong, okay, click on it and then I open it and then I play it. If I like that sound, then I can say okay a couple of times and it'll get attached to the window. Okay, and I've got hallelujah. So that's the idea of the sound alert. So the whole idea of sound alerts is to create it. First of all, you shouldn't have so many different alert windows open. But let's say you had two or three alert windows. You've got a price alerts window, and you've got the AI. You want to put a different sound alert for the different windows, okay? Because the whole idea is that when you hear a sound, you'll know which window to look at. So in other words, you don't want to have every single one of them just reading out the symbol. Otherwise, you'll never know which window to look at. Aha! This is one of Dan's favorite stocks here, guys. NBIS. I think he's had this one for quite a while. This is an ETF for it. Speaking of Dan, what time is it now? 10:22. So it is Wednesday. Yes, it is Wednesday. So I have to confirm, but if typically Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, has started a YouTube stream of his own. He doesn't take over my stream between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And he's there to, well, he can answer some questions and he likes to demonstrate what he does, how he uses trade ideas. Okay. I just have to confirm that he will be doing it today. Yeah, that is that's a dangerous thing to do, Pepe, isn't it? The actions and check show alert window, it should pop up. You're absolutely right. I remember having that. I don't know if it used to be the default, but when I first got the program, because what would happen is I remember trying to, I'd be typing something in MS in Word or doing something outside or trade ideas, and it was blocking me from doing it, or it would interrupt, and it was very annoying. And I didn't even realize it. I didn't understand why it was happening. So that's why I've never even talked about it, looked at it, explained it. I'm watching this NBIS right here, guys. See if it holds 30. Okay, this is pretty. It can be a pretty wild one. This is the two-time ETF for the stock and okay, I'm watching NBIL. Okay, so let's take a look at. Was there any news for NBIS today? You can see, the NBIS, of course, a lot cheaper than buying the stock. Is it really? Ah, man. Okay, I'm gonna. Just give me a moment. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. What is Windows Sandbox? Never heard of that. Okay, guys. Okay, let's see. NBIL has come back. I think NBIL has come back. Okay, I'm wondering about taking this one. The next high looking left is 30. Wow, that's on the weekly chart. The next high in the daily chart is 36. There is a ton of room. Volume is good. All right, guys. Well, a little risky, but I'm taking it. Okay, I have a pretty wide stop, and I'm not taking too many shares of this NBIL. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, the NBIL showed up at 30.66. It pulled back, got back up there. So if you have my trade daily trend reversals, this is what you're going to see. Okay. I also have this up and running, so I can check to see what time was the first alert, what time, and what was the price of the first alert. That's what this does. That's what the DR stands for. Do don't repeat. Come on, take out 31. Try. I'm going to put a price alert up in this area. See if I can induce it upwards. All right, this is working. NBIL is definitely working now, guys. Over that 30, I may. Okay, I've taken some off. Okay, the reason being is that it's getting a little parabolic. I would have rather seen it maintain contact with the top of the wave, TI wave. Okay, so but it it had that big drop also, so it's not smooth. Now, let me keep putting price alerts up here. Let's see if I can keep inducing it up a little bit more. 33.27. No, 33. Yeah, it'd be awesome if it's that 31.30. So This was a trade of the week, wasn't it? CMPS, wasn't this the trade of the week? Did it get stopped out? I might have got stopped out though. Doesn't mean you can't trade it at all, but I think it probably got stopped out. Wow. This is what I'm saying, guys. I use this like a watch list, okay? I use this like a watch list. Okay. Don't get too many alerts all day long. And so, the fact that I got the alert for NBIL right here at 3066, but there was a time at 1021. Look what it did right after that, though. 30, what was it? 3066. What it did though, it pulled back. I got it right down to 30, right down to 30. I waited back up to that 3066, and that's the area I took it. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, not too many questions today. Maybe I'll stop now. Oh, man. Yes, I haven't done that. I don't do that that often anymore, do I, Pepe? I don't know why I muted myself, but, so maybe I should go over that again. That, because people do ask for, do we have any canned strategies that we can take a look at? No, I mean, there are a lot of them in the channel bar. So let me do that again. So I'm going to right click on my, what I want to do just to demonstrate it because I don't want to overwrite this alert window, what I've got in here. So I'm going to just, you could take any alert window that you've got and duplicate it. Okay. So I've just duplicated this window. Why am I doing that? Because when I create this new strategy or when I go to that and create a strategy, I don't want to have it overwrite what I've got in here. So if I right click, configure, and then strategies. So these are all, so I don't know when I muted myself, but these were created probably when the company started. These are all, and this is where I found the down big yesterday, but up big today. And then if I went to the bearish one, you'd see the up big yesterday, but down today. So that's where I got the idea for it. Okay. And then I customized it to my, to what I wanted to see. I just customized it. So what I was showing you though, if you took a bullish strategy and I was saying up 50 cents in the last 5 minutes. So if you thought the idea of this was kind of interesting, then you would, click on it, load the settings, say okay, and here we go. So now you've got an alert window based on that. But here's where now you can take it. Just give me one moment, please. But so let's just take a look at AVGX as an example. Okay, this is what it's looking for. So it's up 50 cents or more in the last 5 minutes on a big volume spike. That's the idea of it. Okay, as an example. But here's where what you do. You click on the configure and you can see so there are actually some alerts, some real-time alerts if it's a block trade, we're running up now or new high. You don't have to have them all if you don't want. But here are the filters. So well, the stock was up at least 50 cents in the last 5 minutes. The volume in the last 5 minutes was at least 200% of normal. Here's where they're trying to make sure it's not too spready, I guess. But also, what I would be doing is saying, okay, but here's the price range I want. So you would start to add, maybe a volume today. Maybe you want to make it sure it's 500K. It's up to you. I mean, whatever you pick. See how now you're starting to customize it. Okay, you're starting to customize it. Maybe you don't care about this distance from the inside market. And if you want to know what that means, if you want to know what it means, then you click on it, click on the icon, and click on the help, and it'll give you an idea about what it means. I've never used it, but all I'm really trying to show you is how you can. There are a lot of preset scans that you can take a look at and then customize. Okay, so here it is. See what it looks like. A little volume pop, little move, 50 cents. And it'll tell you running up 92 cents in less than 1 minute. That's what happened. So anyway, it's an idea. Okay, it's just an idea. Well, I'm just gonna. I'm not. I've deleted it. Okay. I just wanted to show you how you can do it yourself. You should know. I just explained how you can do it yourself. So again, you can take any alert window you've got. Okay. Take any alert window that you've got and duplicate it. Right click and duplicate it. The reason you're doing that is because when you take a look at those strategies, you don't want to have it overwrite what you've got in your alert window. So that's why just duplicate the window so that you can start off with, say, this one, whatever one you want, and then right click, configure, and then go to strategies. It's probably already the default, and then you can click on the bullet strategies, click on the plus sign, you'll see them all. Now here's where you can experiment. Okay, you can take a look at some of these and go, wow, that might be interesting. Stocks up 5 days in a row. Okay. This is, there's a lot of different filters in here or real-time alerts in here. Oversold based on RSI below 30 on the daily and the 15-minute chart. I mean, all this is the guts of it. So if I loaded the settings here and then said, okay, you see how it's now changed. So here would be, now you go in and click on configure. Now you can, I mean, this is so wide open. You'd probably want to say, okay, here's a price range I want, minimum volume that I want. You start to add filters to it to customize it to how you want to see things. Okay. I mean, do what I want to see this trading 15,000 shares? Of course not. So that's why you'd want to put a minimum volume, kit 100,000. I mean, maybe that's not terrible, but that's the idea of it. And then the other thing is these are looking for there's a bullish. So I guess it's looking for some kind of a bounce, I guess. So those are the bullish strategies. And then if you click on the bearish strategies, they're just the flip. These are just taking the bullish strategies and turning them around on the downside. All right, the answer is yes. I just got a confirmation. So Dan, we'll start a YouTube stream in about an hour and 10 minutes. Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, he'll do that. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 10:51. Okay, so the Sky Q is still, I mean, it's been choppy, but it's still valid, I guess. The next high looking left on the daily chart, so it's above those highs. Well, it is not above those highs right now, but it did get up to, what did it get up to? 425. So it took out that high of 418 and 414, pulled back. Let's see if it takes that out again. Could have another run in it because the next high on a weekly chart anyway is 632. Not saying it's going to get there, but at least it has room on a weekly chart. Morning, Ozzy. I know what you're going to say. And of course, yeah, you could use the AI assistant to create any scan. Well, not any scan. I mean, obviously, we have to have the data points, We have the filters that you want to use and a real time alert that you want to use. But if we don't, it'll tell you. I'm sure Dan is going to go over this a lot again today. So the market is getting thumped now. The Dow is especially is getting thumped down 700 points. The Qs are down 3, SPY's down 5.8. So the market is getting thumped, especially the Dow though. Why is it in an extended halt? Let's see, when did it get halted? Yeah, probably. Well, I mean, I don't have a reason. I don't have a specific reason for it, but it doesn't look good. I mean, look at the potential open down at 820. It's not halted for news. It doesn't say that. A lot of times these stocks will get halted for, and you'll see the news, and it'll say because the SEC or somebody is looking for more information, like why is this so active, and something to that effect. But we don't see that right now. But if a person is in and look at INHD is still halted. INHD halted from what day now? That's the scary thing, It was halted on June the 8th. It's still halted. No, I have June the 8th, but okay. I'm just looking at this daily candle, and I think it says June the 8th, but I'm not going to quibble with June the 9th or 8th. It's a long time, over a month. This is actually shortable for me. CMMB is actually shortable for me. I don't know if they'll let me short it, but it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. The next low looking left. For me, it's a little too close. If the next low looking left had been down here at like 150 or so, I may, but it is taking out the 200-day moving average. It is showing up in the daily reversal. I mean, if I took it right now at 192 and I got down to 173, that'd be great. But I don't know what's going to do that. And this is what I'm talking about on the daily reversal. Okay, so I had the alert at right there, 1043, 210, potential short. And at the end of the day, who knows? Maybe it'll be down here at 150, and I should have taken it, but it is definitely picking up steam on the way down, though. After the company announces, were they doing a financing? Entered into a definitive merger agreement with Cipher Medicine, to which the companies will combine in a stock transaction. So that's the reason it's down. Market shareholders are not liking that, I guess. Or they liked it yesterday. I'm sure this news was kind of probably out yesterday. Maybe not. I'm just looking here at my headline news. This is 7:35. Yeah, I do not see it yesterday. So this is all today. But it was probably, I think this is probably was sort of a known was kind of known. Yeah, so the only positive, probably the only, well, let's take a look right now. I'm going to go, click on new and dock channel bar. I'm going to scroll down. These are all theme-based channels. Click on the show more and the sector status. XLE would be at the top, 100%. Well, okay, I'm lying a little bit. OIH, but a couple of the oil services and then XLE. So not lying. Anyway, here they are. Actually, interesting that the semis are not getting crushed. That's interesting. The semis are not getting crushed today. The Qs are down, but the semis are not getting crushed. So a mildly positive sector. But of course, XLE and OIH are the two positive sectors for the day. Now, when we looked at this in the pre-market, silver was the worst sector. Let's take a look. And silver is still the worst sector. Home builders next at three. So these are some of the major sectors at a glance. So if you wanted to take a silver trade right now and you wanted to go long, well, you better make sure that whatever silver company you're trying to buy, you've got some good news specific to it and not caring about what its overall sector is doing. So here are some of the individual sectors. So again, here's the energy, XLE, but there are some down. Let's go down and see if there's anything moving down in a big way. Not really. EQT is down 1%, certainly counter to the sector. Um, consumer staples, BG. I don't know if this is an earnings play or not. It is not an earnings play, but for some reason, BG, 67% of the stocks that make up XLP, the consumer staples ETF, are down for the day. But this one is up big for whatever reason. I'm just looking to see if there's any news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. But what's the worst one? When we looked earlier, no, actually, it was retail I was looking at. So here, Estee Lauder is the worst one. Again, retail. Look at this: 74% of the stocks that make up the retail sector, XRT, but are down. But Casey, it's an expensive stock, but that's up 5%. Such a crazy. I understand why they don't do a forward split. 36 million in the float for an $800 stock is crazy. But anyway, but Casey is up for whatever reason. When we looked in the pre-market, Wayfair was the worst one, and it still is. Wayfair and Ollie were the worst ones, and they still are. So if you've been watching me in the pre-market, I said, you probably could watch Ollie and Wayfair as they were the weakest stocks in the retail sector, and figure out a way to trade them. Here's technology. I mean, Akamai is, it's a great move for Akamai today for whatever reason. Akamai selected as a strategic partner for worldwide technology, Z AI readiness model. Okay, I guess that's the reason. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So, yeah, so I'm looking at Akamai here, and and it's obviously bucking the trend. I mean, it's completely bucking the trend in technology. If you scroll down, what's the worst one? Palo Alto, PANW, is the worst one in the sector. Into it, here's Intel down here. Here are the worst performing stocks in the sector. And I'm telling you guys, I mean, this is just an idea of how you can use trade ideas. This might be something that all you do is this: checking out the top stock, the worst stock in a sector, checking them out and see if they're setting up for you. And it would keep it very, very simple. So you just go to this channel every day. Must be under 400, right? Yeah, I just got under 400. Well, the next low looking left, it's approaching it. Next low looking left is 390.50. So it's approaching that low. And the next low is 389. So obviously, if it takes that out right there, then you've got a low way down here at 378. So I guess that's a key level for it to try to hold. But the SPY is picking up. Yeah, I mean, this is not a great. Tesla's new car might give sales a boost. Why it isn't lifting the stock? Produce a new version of its Model Y crossover. Okay, guys, let's see. How does that CMMB do? Yeah, so I'm glad I didn't short it. I didn't have enough room for me. Interesting day on the AI, though. I mean, only one alert. It's very interesting. Not broken. It's just that's just the way it is. So if you're wondering why, well, there are strategies that get optimized over. I don't know how many there are anymore, but let's call 40 or 50 of them. They get optimized overnight. The ones that make the cut are presented the next day. Making the cut, meaning these are the strategies that make the cut. But if no stocks meet the requirements, then you're not going to get anything. I mean, it would almost be like this. I mean, it'd be rare if this ever happened. But, in the daily trend reversals, I mean, there could be some days hardly get any. And why is because the stocks aren't meeting the filter requirements. All right, let's take a look at some of these halts resumes. NVVE, this got halted. Ooh, this got halted on the way up, and got a nice pop from 806. So I see S dot finally resumed. Oof, what a thumping! What a thumping! And just got halted again. Now it got halted on the way up. It did get halted on the way up. Okay, so this is just a wild one right now today. That's a massive gap down on the halt. Are you kidding me? It got halted at was halted at 27.89 and it opened. Wow, it opened at 12 or lower. Don't often see that. Saratoga Investment. This is actually an earnings play. It is not a lot of volume. I mean, 374,000 shares. You can tell it doesn't trade very much because that represents 11 times normal up to this time of day. So you can see it doesn't trade very much. Spread's good though. 1901, 1902 is right. It's hanging right on the VWAP. Now 9%. I'm going to put a price alert down here around the 1888 mark. See if it takes that out. Maybe it might be an interesting short. Or if it takes out 1914 on the top side, maybe it might be an interesting long. Really, TRVD has shorts. Oops, didn't change. Okay, not TR or TVRD. TVRD. Yeah, 73,000 of them. Yeah, interesting. I don't know if they were available yesterday. So this has been only one alert today from the AI, and a great reentry. 358. Hit the stop. Yeah, I would completely and utterly stay away from this S dot. I mean, some of you might be trying to play a bounce here, but look at this now. Halted at 12.18. Potential open now down to 9. Yeah, I just couldn't bring myself to trade this one, this SPAQ. But great break through the 200-day moving average. It's above or right at yesterday's high or last week's high. And if it takes that out, then the next high on the weekly chart anyway, it's got a lot of room. 642. You are okay. Well, let's see now. Can it take out that? There's the VWAP up here, 724. So that could be a bit of a magnet for it. Hopefully that'll work for you. You're in at 682. Yeah, just too whippy, guys. I mean, this showed up on the trend reversal, the ELTX, but way, way, way too whippy. I mean, maybe later on, 345 was the trigger, and it got up to 359 before it pulled back. Where could it go? Okay, so that high right there is 380. I'm sorry, 359. And then the high right left to it is 380. See if we can get through all that, then 542. So I'm going to put a price alert around 380, 379. I want to see if it can get through that. Maybe sometime today, maybe tomorrow, because if it can, then it's got a lot of room, ELTX. All right, I'm going to take a look at some of these. Okay, here's figs now. Figs, I think figs had a decent move. Oh no, I'm thinking of fig. All right, so figs is trying to come back a bit. The next high on a daily chart, a weekly chart, is 1158. However, the next high on a daily chart is 1054, 1022. Yeah, it's just to me too much that could block it potentially from moving higher. I'm just trying to see some of these large cap stocks because these large cap stocks are moving counter to the market. Most of them, a lot of them are going to be energy plays. APA, Halliburton, Oxy. I think SM is another one. Renewable fuel. Now this could be interesting. I mean, this is CLMT. Nice little gentle base over 39. Where is the next high? Guess what, guys? This is an interesting one. CLMT. This is an all-time high. Okay. This is an all-time high. I am going to put a price alert at the 39.20 level. That is technically the all-time high. Okay. Oh, William, really? This is an interesting one, guys. It's an all-time high. Okay, obviously bucking the trend of the today's market. I mean, the SPY is, and the Dow is down 800 points now. 800 points. Ugly day in the market. Qs are down 6. SPY's down 7. Qs are only down 6. We've seen days when they've been down 20. So I'm still intrigued by SMH. So SMH finally went, well, it did go negative, okay, barely. Okay, I might be shorting this one, this Saratoga. Okay, now where's the low? Where's the next low looking left on well, this is being creamed here. I have to go back a few years, I guess, to find out where the next low is. Yeah, you got to go back to 2020 March. So we got to go back over 6 years to see these lows for Saratoga. Now it immediately popped up back up to 19. So I don't know if I'm going to do it now. Spread got it's 20 cents now, so I may just shy away from it or back away from it. Yeah, wow, on the NVVE. No kidding. This was a really nice one coming out of the halt and all. Now I know I said don't shy away, like, don't buy the S dot, so don't listen to me. I mean, when we saw that halted and it looked like it was halted at around $12 and the potential open was going to be around 9, well, there's still people out there that are, just trading trading this thing. 14.29 on the halt, potential open in the 17s now. This is definitely the casino stock. By that I don't mean it's in the casino sector. I just mean it's it's a wild one. Well, it's all about the float, isn't it? NVVE, look at the float, 500,000 in the float, crazy low. Um, Relative volume today is trading 1,300 times normal up to this time of day, 11:21. I did not take that ELTX. I just find it too choppy for me. The alert was at 345. I know it's a little bit above it now, but I've just found it a little too choppy for me. Now, remember, I think I put a price alert around the 380 mark. If it takes that out, then the next high is way up there at 536. So it might happen today. Okay, well, UBXG, which was a super active one a few weeks ago, halted on the way down. Jeez. Just give me a moment, please. Ah, guys, okay, this CLMT, this is really interesting. This is an all-time high right now. Just give me a moment, though. I'm seriously looking at this CLMT, guys. I mean, it's not breaking out. It's a very gentle. It's an all-time high. CLMT. Mm. Well, if you're still in that NVVE over 10 now, spread's okay. It's only a 4-cent spread for this CLMT. Not bad. It's not going to be dynamic. It's not going to be like an NVVE. Okay, but guys, I'm going to have to take a break for maybe 5 minutes. Okay, what time is it now? 11:25. Something I have to do. So I'm just going to put my announcement in. On. I'm just going to say on mute for a while. Okay. Hopefully, maybe max 10 minutes. I hope only a max of 10 minutes. All right, guys, I'm now back. Dan is not online yet. No, 11:40. It's only 11:40. Okay, Ozzy. So when we get the YouTube link, we'll pop it in. Yeah, Dan is going to be in the room. Yes, had a confirmation a while ago. Not in this room, but he'll start a YouTube, his own YouTube stream. Shoot, while I was gone, that CLMT did a nice little pop here, guys. These are all energy plays, as far as I can see. Well, not VG, but yes, it is. Sorry, it is an energy play. Sorry. Boy, oh boy, SDOT is a real wild one today, isn't it? Yeah, so we got down to $11, back up to 17, down to 14. Yeah, as I thought, this is not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. Not that I probably would never try to short a 500,000 float stock, but it is not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. Let's see if it's pulling back to any sort of a reasonable area, which is the VWAP 865-ish. Pull back into it. Maybe it's going to hold it and have another bounce. Talk about the NVVE. Market continues. I mean, the Q's Dow was still down 800. I'll get rid of my message. I'm just checking out. I popped that near the VWAP over or under top list in the room yesterday. I'm just kind of checking some of these out that are, literally right on the VWAP. But I really, the ones I've been checking, I really haven't seen big movements off the VWAP. That's the problem. And I might have to maybe up my relative volume or something, but just not seeing movement off the VWAP. So there's ASV as an example, sitting right on it. So really what I should do is put a price alert, I guess, a little underneath it and see if it takes it out, and put another price alert on top and see if it takes it out that way. It's going to be tough for me to commit to going long anything right now, though, even on a bounce, unless it's one of these low float stocks that don't really care that much about what the market's doing. Take a look at XLE, guys, and I'm sure it's still climbing. It's interesting, isn't it? It had a dip down here. What time was that? That was that. So on the market open, it actually was dropping, and then Since then, it's been straight up XLE, the energy, probably, well, I'm sure it's the major ETF for the energy stocks. Another, so energy. What's SOBO? Energy. So all these large cap stocks here, in essence, are all energy plays. Okay, guys. So it's 12:46. So Dan sometimes starts getting a little before noon Eastern. Maybe 11:55 or so. So I'm just waiting. I know Pepe will give me the link. His link. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, the CEO of Trade Ideas will start his own YouTube stream in about 10 minutes from now. As your opportunity to ask him questions. Oh, already. Not there yet. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. I guess hopefully that'll be the one. Okay. So for those of you on YouTube, yeah, you can't post links, unfortunately. Oh, I did. I'm sorry. I just posted the link. Okay. I'm talking about somebody in our YouTube room. So there's the link. Okay. He's not there yet. Okay. So if you went there right now, this is what you're going to see. But he'll start his stream pretty soon. Wow, SDOT, it is popping again. Came out of its halt. Well, if we're going to play the wild card on this one, let's put a price alert at 1761, which is the high of these two bars in the 5 minute. Okay, guys, maybe take a look at Lucy. Lucy is trying to crawl back a bit here, LUCY. However, yeah, maybe not. I didn't realize the VWAP is that close. But if it can take out the VWAP, I'll put a price alert around 160. Did have some news. Okay, so there was some news that caused this little move. But I would wait for a VWAP break for sure because it's too close right now, 150, and that's 156. So yeah, it's too close, in my opinion. Well, I guess you did pretty well on the SECZZ, William. I see that it got over 7, little, or right to 7. I know you're out of it now. That's okay. EPAC. Let's see what EPAC is doing. This is more oil services, I guess. The downhole tools. Well, maybe not. Could be interesting. 3611, just over the whole number. Okay, 3611. The next high looking left, 3619. If it can take that out, 3681. So, I mean, there is room if it can take out that 3619, which it got to this morning. It did get there. Wow, TVRD is taking off again, guys. So it's above yesterday's high. Could be interesting. Let's see. Next high looking left, 406. It's not quite there. Next high after that, 418. Next high after that. So for me, unfortunately, between 4 and 434, for me, there could be too much potential resistance. So I can't take that trade now. Doesn't mean it's going to stop there, but that is the way I look at it. On a monthly chart, the next high is 434, same thing. Okay, guys, I see. I don't think Dan is talking yet, but he's starting his stream here. I don't think he's talking yet. Strange day for the AI. Not normal that we only get one. The only thing I can think of is that the strategies that got optimized for today were mainly long strategies. And of course, with the market down so much, nothing is triggered. It's the only thing I can think of other than the Sky Q. Okay, guys. Well, I don't want to. Let's see. Is Dan talking yet? Yeah, he's talking now, guys. So I'm going to take my break right now. Okay, I'll be back at about 1 o'clock. I'll get the announcement up. So there's the link for YouTube for those of you in our YouTube room. You have to go to this link that I just posted. Okay, that is for the CEO of Trade Ideas. He's starting his stream right now, and I'll put my announcement up here. Okay, so I'll mute myself now in both rooms. Sorry, YouTubers. Sorry, YouTubers. I forgot to unmute myself in the room. Sorry about that. Yeah, well, I see right here you can launch the from race windows right here. Money machine. But I think the big did he? I mean, I know he's mentioned it in the past, but I mean, is he still talking about live trading with the money machine? Did he mention it at all? Soon. Okay, soon. I'll have to look up the dictionary definition of soon, then the Dan definition of soon. Thoughts on VTAC? Well, the best thing I can say about VTAC, and you know what? I mean, it's possible that something could happen later. VTAC is holding the VWAP. Okay, it's holding the VWAP. So that's about the best I can say about it. Right now, the volume has just dwindled. I mean, the volume. When I say volume dwindle, I mean there's a lot of volume in these bars, but they're not standing out. If you can see what I'm looking at, Zisan from our YouTube room, they're not standing like you're not getting a volume bar that's standing out. I think that's what you're going to need to get this thing going again. But the best thing is that it's holding over the VWAP. Probably if it took out, that 150 mark, maybe 148-ish. I'll put a price alert there so I know if it gets there. Okay, guys, I'm interested in the ANEL. It's just at 23 right now. Okay. Why am I interested? Because it came in the trend reversals, 22.79. I did not take it there. I want to see if it breaks 23. Because then this is the one that has some room to 24. Not saying it's going to get there, but it does have some room to 24. And of course, this is a two-time ETF, company ETF for ANET. Does that have news today? Let me just see if it has any news. Don't see any. Nice day though. Great day. I mean, up 6.9% with that float, 1 billion in the float. That's a great move. Yeah. So the reason I'm getting this alert now instead of saying the 2096 break is probably because the relative volume is 3 right now, 3.5, and minimum has to be, I believe, 3. Yeah. So probably it finally hit 3 when it hit when the price was 22.79. So that's probably why we didn't get this triggered earlier. I'm in love with the spread, but let's see what happens if that's a bit can catch up to the ask a little bit. Just take out 26 and start to run, or 20, excuse me, 23 and start to run. Round five for you, Poe, on Sky Q. Okay, William, thank you for pointing out that thing about the ESI. I'm glad I got out a little bit of a profit on it. You know what's starting to move again, guys, is BABX. That's the company ETF for BABA. Starting to move. Next high on the daily is 1853. So there's some room. There's not quite a dollar, about 80 cents or so. Listen, I'll just say it like this. I give the company high marks for trying to get this money machine working. You know, it's been 2 years now, but it's but there's a reason why it has not been released to a live account. All right, guys. Well, it's 124. So what I'm going to do now is go over to my homepage one last time. William, I see what you're doing. Okay, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see at the very top. How to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. We have two promo codes going. So if you're willing to take out a premium annual contract, subscription, you can get 30% off using my code Barry30. Otherwise, if you want to take a monthly, both a standard or premium service or a standard annual, you can get 25% off, okay, using this code. Any questions about it, just let me know. From the Wish scanner, did I get BabX? I don't know what you mean by the Wish scanner. Oh, from which scanner? I see what you meant. From which scanner? I thought you thought I had a Wish scanner. Um, BabX actually, it's okay. BabX actually, we found that one in the pre-market, okay? When we're looking at the pre-market actives up, BABX was one of the ones, one of the 10 that were in that. And so I had a feeling it had something to do with BABA, like it's a country, it's the company ETF for BABA. So, but that's where I saw it first. So again, guys, all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Why? Well, I moderate 2 trading rooms, the YouTube room and the main room. Company tracks the use of the promo code, so if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Okay? And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, and it is free. Education. So if you click on my homepage link, go down to the education section. So this is for people who are just taking out a subscription, or if you are thinking about it, okay? This is what you should, well, first of all, mandatory you do this if you're taking out a subscription, getting started with trade ideas, covering all the key elements of the program, 12 short videos. But if you don't have the program, before you would take a subscription, either monthly, yearly, whatever, well, certainly don't take a yearly if you don't know the program. Start off with that second video and go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. You can always try this for a month. You don't like it, we'll just unsubscribe you. Okay. Back to basics is if you're new to trading, this is for you. If you're new to trading, 15 videos, all free. Look at Peng, William. Don't look at Peng if you want to. PENG is now as an all-time high. And last, if you're looking for my scans and races, etc., you've clicked on my homepage link. Scroll down, middle section. Here they are. So here's my large cap race is right over here. This is my volatile race is right here. Halts resumes is down here. I mentioned the pre-market actives up and down. That's where I saw the BABX earlier in the pre-market. And so that's what I use to find out the stocks that are moving the most, either up or down in the pre-market. And I have other scans that I'm currently sharing. I do have this one up and running, the trend reversals. I do have that one up and running on another monitor. The rest of them I do not have up and running, but you can certainly take a look at them. So any questions about this or anything trade ideas related? Ask away. Interesting. All the shorts have, well, not all, but a lot of short covering now at Interactive Brokers. Okay, last time we looked, there were no shorts available. Now there are 42,000. This is Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas, nothing. What I'm showing you here, telling me how many shorts are available. And this is I believe it's pretty real time because you see this number changes. Last time I looked, which was maybe 10 minutes ago, there were no shares available. But I think with this little run up here, there's been some short covering at Interactive Brokers. I think the only way is you have to display resistance and support, but I have a feeling it's only if you, I may be wrong, if you activate it from a multi-strategy window. But for sure, you have to have that checked. You have to be using our browser interface charts, I guess, and you have to check display resistance and support. How they're determined, I don't know. I don't know what they're. I have a feeling that the resistance is going to be the next high of the day or the next high on a daily chart, and support, I don't know where they're getting it from. Yeah. So is it anywhere though? It doesn't have to be from a multi-strategy window anymore. Yeah. See, I don't have any. Well, okay. These would be new highs, but it has to be. I have to click it when it triggers. So I guess you also have to. Okay, what Pepe is saying? Display the alerts on the chart. So display resistance and support, and display alerts on the chart. As you can see, I don't use it, but I always like the idea of this. When you turn on display the alerts, my the problem I have with them though is I would like to be able to control what I see, as it's just sort of random. So if you don't want the chart and chart, how do you get rid of it? Is it here? There should be. Oh, there's a little. Yeah. Okay. So if you don't want the chart on chart, just hit the little left arrow. Okay. If that's what you're talking about. If you don't want the chart on chart, which I don't, so I just hit the left arrow. That'll get rid of it. But again, as Pepe said, you have to have an alert window triggering a new high or a new low of the day in order to get those. I don't understand now, Pez, what you're saying. I mean, all we've done here, these are just all these little dots have all the different options. So I get you absolutely have to have display resistance and support, and I guess display alerts on chart. Okay, but then it has to be activated from an alert window when it made a new high. Speaking of which, so my guess is if my chart was big enough here, the problem you can't see anything on the 15 because the next high looking left is, I think it's looking at the next daily high. And that'd be back here, back in April. There'd be some high in here or weekly, some day in this week. So, I mean, quite frankly, I don't find it beneficial, but I'm not trying to dissuade you from doing it. Well, guys, I made pennies on the ANEL, just pennies. I had high hopes. I thought when it was doing this, got up to here into the 23.18s, and I think 23.21. The minute it started to slide, though, I just didn't like the spread. So, and I'm talking just made pennies on it. Now, later on, if it does take this out again, maybe I'll look at it again. I can't even generate that line. TI frozen for me? Nope. Can happen every now and then. I haven't had one for several weeks. Sometimes it freezes. Used to freeze sometimes in the pre-market for me when I would type in a symbol in a chart, and that was the only time it would freeze. Not all the time, of course, but no, it's been pretty stable for me. Okay, so I do see a little pullback for Peng, P-E-N-G, little bit of a pullback. 77.57. You look at the 5-minute chart, you would think that might hold it. 77.50. It didn't get that close to it. Yeah, but if it's frozen, you know what to do, right? You have to control all delete and you have to stop the task and all that, end the task. I'm sure you know that. If it's completely frozen, in other words, you can't click on account and reset connection. Boy, this is just sitting right on the VWAP. This is this VTAC, VTAK, just sitting right on the VWAP. I mean, it's got a shot, guys. Later, it really does. I mean, the longer it holds this VWAP, all we need is some volume to come bursting in, and then who knows? It might just propel it to take out the high of the day. You got but right above it is still that 200-day moving average. I know it got a little bit above the 200-day, but not much. So that is still going to be probably a blockage. Yeah, you can get 25% off a standard or 30% off a premium. So if you look at my homepage, just click on it, and you can see right at the very top. So you can get 30% off if you're sure you want the premium service. You get 25% off the standard. Okay. So do you already have Trade Ideas, Harry? And you just have you have it just a monthly plan? Harry? All right. Well, maybe Harry doesn't hear me. 5.004. Okay. Didn't trade this one at all today. Still has room on the. Doesn't this have room on the weekly chart or the monthly chart up to 7 or something? No, I'm wrong. I was thinking of another one. Yeah, Peng definitely when I hit that up. Well, it was hitting an all-time high, of course, all the way up here. But yeah, hit 80 and now a nice little drop. Is it going to? I was wondering if this would hold it. This on the 5 minute chart looks like 77.40 is could save it from moving down. That might be a bounce area. Give me a moment, guys. Well, guys, we're right at a level that, Peng, if it doesn't hold here, then the next low looking left for Peng is 75.87. So there are a couple of dollars. If it doesn't hold this little level here, I'm just looking at a 5 minute chart. Looks like, well, and there we go. We're right at that level and just breaking down below it a little bit. And we're starting to follow the market. Now, at the beginning of the day, Peng was not, doing this. It was on its own. But now Peng is starting to follow the market a little bit more. So, Harry, did you hear my answer to you asking about a discount for an annual plan? Did it really? I think I only put a price alert. Yeah, it just broke down. You're right. I put a price alert on top. I guess I didn't put one on the bottom here. Yeah, so that's why you wait, guys. We didn't know which way it was going to go. So VTAC looks like that's it. Well, for a while anyway. It's not like there's a tremendous amount of selling volume, but definitely that's a break underneath the VWAP now for the VTAK. Doesn't mean it can't spring right back up, but what did it get from 142 down to 126? Boy, the fall from grace for Lululemon, 367. When was this? I don't know if that's the all-time high, but that was back in a little over a year ago. 367, $113 now. And I'm wrong. We had a high of 423. Looks like, no, I'm wrong. We had a high of 481. It's back in 2024. Wow, still more highs. $500. $500 back in December of 2023. Jeffries maintaining your coverage with a buy and a target of 115. Well, it hit the target, Jeffries. So I guess you can get out of it. Okay, last time I looked anyway, there were 45,000 shares available to short for at Interactive Brokers for TVRD. So there've been some of them have been snapped up. Maybe 20,000 have been snapped up now. Okay, guys, look like Peng may have found a bottom. That little area, it's still there. It broke down a little bit underneath that 77.60, but it looks like maybe that's it. So we might be getting ready to ramp up again for the PENG or not. The red bar that was green. Well, it was green. It's green now. Well, I bet you we'll see a big V shape on this one. Not as big as I thought. CNQ, this is one, energy play, higher, 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 flattened out, moving down now, making new, well, not making new highs of the day, but coming back, little buy flag right there. Yeah, so we're going to see a lot of the energy plays that look like this. There's SM, big run up, kind of a pause, bit of a drop with the SPY, or with the SPY moving higher. Energy, I don't know what was happening. Oil prices right here probably dropping a bit, but over the VWAP right now, a little buy flag coming in. To me, it doesn't have enough room. I mean, 29.58 is only about 20 cents away from the highs. and that's where it could stall. So I'm not going to take that one. All right, guys. Well, this level right here is not holding now for Peng, PENG. Just waiting on this one to see if we get underneath that 77 in a bigger way. Okay. I might take because we've got room down to the VWAP. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but talking about the PENG. Okay, guys. Well, a little pop over 77, so I may just forget about it for the PENG. Okay, guys, where could this one go? The NVVE. This is the wild one of the day, up 92% right now. The high right here is 11, holding 10. Little pullback, not quite to the VWAP. Well, not even close to the VWAP, but a pullback into 10. The longer it holds 10, might get people interested, guys. Talking about the NVVE. Holy smokes. That's a holy smokes, guys, for me. Sorry. That is on the NVVE. Now I've taken most off. I mean, it just absolutely exploded. And it just got halted. And it's probably, I mean, I may regret taking it off. I was just watching it. The bid ask was 10.05, 10.10. I said, okay, take some. And my goodness, I mean, look what it did. It went from 10 to 11 in, I mean, a heartbeat. And a heartbeat. Whew. And it's halted right now. But I'm out of it. I am out of it. Well, I got, you know what? I got out right at 11.03, right before the halt, right at the halt price. Just looking to see where my wow. But let's see where it opens. If you did take this one, the CLRO, that was from yesterday. That was a big one yesterday, Obi, right? There, I'm out of it, but I'm intrigued to see where this is going to open. Again, this blue window I'm displaying is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the stock. There's the halt price in red, and this column. Oh, I'm sure I wish I had a little bit, but this column trying to show you where it could open. Anything that jumps $1 in like half a second, I've got it. I just cannot hold on. So yeah, so Obi was saying CLRO, which was a big one yesterday. Is it at the highs of yesterday now? And the answer is no, it is not, but it's still moving. So it's gone positive though. It's above the close of yesterday, barely. So I know it's 203. I'll probably hang around a little bit today. I know Obi. Well, I'm not. I don't want to lean on you at all. I know you've kept the room open to 245 yesterday. Just intrigued to see where this is going to open. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it's going to open at 205 plus 20 seconds. So we have another little over a minute to go, minute and a half or so to go. What do these guys do again? Provision of commercial vehicle to grid, the VTG sector. Okay. 500,000 in the float. Oh, man. Okay, half a minute or so before this opens. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt for the NVVE, let's see how it's stacking up still. So if you're in this one, there's the potential open. There's the halt at 11:03. There's the potential open, who's looking better and better. Another 15 seconds or so if it's a 5-minute halt. Looking better and better. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Why don't I have some left? Wow. Well, I said this could be the one in the afternoon, and it looks like it could get halted again. Well, maybe not. Wow, look at this thing go. So where is the next high looking left on the weekly chart? The weekly chart, 11:03, so it tore through that. 12:42 is the next high on the weekly chart. or so. SRXH, okay. Is it halted on the way up? Oh, it's halted for news. Oh, I see. This is what you guys were talking about. 40 million in cash, more than 15 million in short-term investment assets as of June 30th. Okay, I guess that's good news. I guess. Oh man. Remember when this got halted way back when? When was its first halt? NVE, VVE. 952 at 690. So it was about right here, right around here. That was the first halt of the day for NVVE. Okay, guys. Well, I think that might be it for me, unless I'll hang around for another minute or so to see if there are any questions. If not, I'm going to shut down. Ah, okay. All right, Obi. Obi's going to keep the room open until 2:30 today, okay? Look at NVVE. Wow. All right. Well, I'll take you up on that then. So I'm going to shut down myself. I have to shut down YouTube though, okay? So Obi says he's going to keep the room open to 2:30. I will keep my layout up and running so you can guys can see what's happening in the two races. I'll keep the chart here for NVVE. You never know what's going to happen with that one. Okay, guys. So thanks for all the help all day long, as always, much appreciated. The main room tomorrow. Obi will open up the main room tomorrow at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I'll open YouTube at around 9, and I'll get on the mic both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. So I have to shut down YouTube right now.